Yeah, Jayprada, whatever Arvind said, is it correct? Did you understand anything from it? Or what is,
Yes,
or you just tell me what is the difference between copy, what exactly the copy command do, what exactly the move command do?
so copying means we will copy the file
Okay.
to um, we can if we are taking backup or something means we can copy that file into some other directory.
Okay, good.
It will also present in the source and the target both.
Right, right. Okay. Hmm.
If we are completely moving from the file or directory from the source path to the directory path, target path.
Right. Now you understand, Arvind? Arvind, Arvind Kannan.
Yeah.
Why you take a so long time?
So,
You are not attentive. This is very clear. Okay, this cannot be accepted, Arvind. I call
so
thrice. What is the problem that you have? Tell me, what is the problem? When I call you, you don't respond immediately.
I think that's something system problem. I think I just
You can
because
unmute first. First of all, you have to unmute it. Unmute, I don't think so, any system problem. Probably you are watching some movie or some you are listening some songs. You are stopping that and you are attending my this one. Please switch on your videos. Please switch on your video, everyone. This is not the right way to do a training for this people. You can switch on your video. Everyone should switch on the video. Can you hear me? What I'm saying?
yeah.
You can switch on your video.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
I don't have a webcam in my PC. It's my personal PC.
Okay. The people who are having, you can switch on.
First the light up.
Please, all of you, switch on your video. Mapi. Ashraf, Praveen, Majid Khan.
Sir, I'm also using PC, sir. There is no webcam available, sir.
You did not get the company laptop?
No, sir. They didn't give, sir.
The other people can switch on your camera.
Yeah, I'm Subhash. I'm also using personal laptop. I don't have webcam.
Then if you are not attentive, you people are not attentive, then what is the fun of having a training here? Do you think it's a fun? We are conducting any online gaming or something, what? Yesterday also I told you, you people are not responsive at all, interactive at all. I said so many people, that means still the people are not switching on their camera. I don't know, you don't understand my language or what? What is the problem? If I calling with their name also, they are not in a position to attend my call. That means they're not responsive. Means what is the fun of having this training?
Sir, this is Pawan.
Yeah.
Actually, I am in fifth, sir. I am in office now, so I am not able to switch the camera using PC and join mobile itself.
You just raise how many of you are not having a camera? Raise your hands. What about Selva, Shalini, and Subhash?
Yeah, just now only I told.
I raised the hand. That is what interactive. Subhash, you understand it? You understand this? I asked you to raise the hand.
Okay, okay.
Do you understand my language?
Yeah, yeah.
Then Shalini, if you have any problem, you can report to your manager about me. The same thing. Okay, you have to, if you are not interactive with the session, okay, I'm going to give the rating for each and every individual. Okay, that report I'm going to submit every end of the day. This is what. Okay, if you are interested, you can continue. No issue. They are not conducting a free of cost. First thing that you have to understand, their expectations are very high, and you have to do something on your work after this training. You can switch off your videos now. Please make sure that you should be attentive. If you are not attentive, you can log out from the Zoom meeting. Very clear. You can log out from the Zoom meeting. No issue. Right. Yesterday we have discussed with the working with the files and directory. The portion of it we have discussed. The rest of the part we are going to discuss now. Yes. Okay. Here you can see this here. Creating and removing files and directories. When we talk about here, touch. Okay, yesterday also we have seen this particular one. Okay, the touch is going to create a new empty file. You can create a multiple files. It won't be any problem. If you want to create any hidden files, you can use a dot file name. Okay, automatically it is going to be get hidden. If you want to see the hidden files, okay, what is the command that we have to use? Ashraf?
Yes, sir.
What is the command that we have to use if you want to see the hidden files? Subhash?
ls-a.
Correct. ls-a. Okay, if you use that, okay, that means automatically you will be able to see the hidden files. Okay, when you are going to use this anytime, okay, here you can see this here. Okay, I'm in VTL2 actually here. I'm going to specify touch F1 I'm saying here. If you say ls, are you finding f1? That means f1. ls minus a, if you're going to specify here, you can see this here, .f1 file, you will be able to see that. Anytime that you want to create any hidden files, that means you can specify dot file name. Okay, and you can also use this command using touch command. Okay, you can say this here. Like how many files that you want to create, you can create all this going to be empty files. Okay. If you want to have some content in this, then you can see this, that's a Vim editor, we have to show that, or Vim editor or VI editor. Okay, that we'll see in the next chapter. Okay, you can see this here. You can also use the touch command to create a hidden files. If the file name or directory name already exists, the touch command, okay, update, that means command update the modification time and access time, current date and time. That's what it is going to do that already if the file is existed. Okay, that's what here you can see this here. I'll say here, touch F3 I'm saying here. ls minus l you can specify here. Now you can see here F3, that means here you can see this here. Whatever the time you have, that means here that time is getting recorded. When we have created F2, when we have created F4, when we have created F5, you can see this. There's some time gap that you can find out. Okay, that means the latest time is going to be get modified. That's what it says, is trying to say here. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Do you understand?
Yeah, yeah, yes.
You can use absolute or relative path names with the command line when creating a new. Okay, for example, you want to create, okay, there's a file in some other directory. You want to create a file in some other directory. For example, you want to create here. You can see this here. Okay, that means I'm creating a file in this particular folder. That means in the SQL developer I'm creating. Now, if I want to go for this particular one, I can use this. You are able to find F11. Okay, this way you can do that. That means anywhere you can create it from the current location. Okay, that means absolute path, or that means a relative path that you can specify. For more information about touch command, that means options, you can see the man pages. Okay, if you want to know about more about the touch, okay, that means you can say this man, okay, touch you can specify here. Okay, you can see this touch file timestamps that you can see this update, access, modification, and all the information that you can find out. Okay, the change only the access time. Okay, no create, that means do not create any files. So that means a D, that means you can see this. Okay, this is what you have to go for it. Okay, if I take a session for half an hour, you have to practice for 1.5 hours. That's what you have to research. That means you discover so many things. Okay. Okay, just he delivered something, then we have done with our training, means you are not going to learn anything. Very clear. Okay, that means here your manager, he clearly said, your technical manager is clearly said, okay, they should be able to work with all the Unix commands. Okay, if you want to work with all the Unix commands, the training is required for 7 to 8 days. Okay, but you have to work hard, then only you can sustain in the market or in the job. Very clear. Okay, here you can see this here. Okay, we are also seeing this something called, that means mkdir yesterday also. You can create a new directory using, that means make directory. mkdir is nothing but a make directory. You are creating it. Okay, there's a P option that a directory name include the path name, and the intermediate directories will also be created. You can create absolute related path names to the command line when creating new directories. Okay, here you can see this here. Okay, don't create wherever you want to create a file. So you try to create n number of directories. In those directories only you try to create all this like no additional directories. mkdir that I'm saying here. Okay, dir1. Okay, here I'm going to create here mkdir. Okay, the dir1 slash subdir. Now you just go to dir1. Now just say here ls. You can find subdir. That's why you can also create. Or you want to create in some other location, you can specify the complete path, the absolute path that you can specify, and you can create it. That's way also you can do it. Okay, is it clear? That's what he is doing here in the slide. Also, you can see this here. There's a home lab, that means make their reports, that means ls minus d, again make their reports, that means here you can see this here. Weekly, he is saying that ls reports, you can see this, you are able to find weekly. Here itself you can do that. That's also, of course, I went to this different directory. I'll come back here. Okay, now I'll say here ls the dir1. You can see this here. Either way you can do that. RM. Okay, when we talk about this RM, you can remove the directory. Okay, that means recursive. That means that the content of that particular directory, subdirectories, and everything has to be get removed. Then you can use RM minus R. Okay, RM minus I, if you are going to specify, if you are trying to remove any existing files or directories, that means it is going to ask you to, do you want to remove that like that particular file? Sometimes you can also use the force option, that means -F. You can remove the files forcefully. Okay, here you can see this here. I want to remove this here. Okay, RMDR, if I say here. Okay, the directory is a directory, it is saying that here. Now if I say here RM minus R, that's the DR1, you can see this. Okay, now that's a directory and the subdirectories, everything is being removed. Okay, you got it. Okay, when you talk about here, yes. Okay, here you can see this here. In VTL2, we have so many files actually. That's like no, we have one .SQL file also. For example, if I say here, you should come out of this particular directory. The RM, the VTL2 I am saying here is a directory. Cannot remove VTL2 is a directory. Okay, then what you have to do, either you can see here, okay, RM minus capital R. Okay, that means there's a VTL2 you can specify. Everything is going to be get removed. Okay, don't remove any of the the directories which are already existed. You create your own directories, then you remove it. Okay. And here we can also see some more folders are there. Like I'll go to here VDL1. ls. Here we don't have anything. Here I'll try to create here, or I'm going to use here RM minus I. Then I'll say here the VTL1. Okay, here you can see this here again RM minus R VTL1. Get the remote directory, the VTL1, you can see this here. If you say yes, then it will be get remote. Okay. Okay, this is way you can do this. Okay, the RM command. Okay, this is a command that you can see here. That's what you can identify this. Okay. Okay, that means RMDR. That's also you can use it for removing empty directories. If you have a like no, there's we have a subdirectories and files. So then normally we use RM minus R. Okay, that means if you want to remove any empty directory, you can use this. Okay, here you can check this. Do you have any files in this? Yeah, we have some set of files in this one. Okay, now what I'll do is here, I'm going to create here mkdir. Okay, I'm going to have one more directory inside of this. Okay, now I'll say here rmdr, there's a VTL. Okay, you can do this one because it's the directory is empty. Now, if you want to remove this, you just come back and you want to remove this one. All right, that means you here, if I say here, sorry, RMDR, the VTL, if I'm going to specify that, the directory not empty, you can say this. Then what you have to do is RM minus R, and I also you can use it, okay? Then you just specify the directory name. Now you can say this here, get the addition into the directory VTL is. Okay, that means in that VTL directory, you have a T1 file, the T2 file, and then one more SQL file is there. Okay, remote directory, yes, you can see this. This is where you can specify that. Okay, if it is empty directory, you can use here. Okay, RMDR. If you have a files, then RM minus R. Okay, here you can see this here. And the symbolic links, the type of links that you can see this. Okay, sometimes called a symbolic link is a soft link, is a pointer that contains the full path name to another file or directory. Okay, that's here the symbolic links identified with the by the letter in the L in the file type. That means here the long list that you can see here. View a symbolic link files use the ls minus L command. Okay, the view links files use the li command to compare inode numbers and link counts. Also, you can see that. Okay, here you can see this here. These are the links that actually is the symbolic links that you can see here. The number of links that it has. Okay, here you can also use ls-li, you can use it. The inode number with this things information that you can identify that. Okay. Creating links. ln command to create a symbolic links. Okay, you can use either relative or absolute names, creating symbolic link for a file. The file name for the symbolic link, that means the appears in the directory in which it is created. For more info, both the symbolic links. Then you can see this here. You try to create, that means okay, some files, and then you can create some directories. Then you can see here ls minus f. You can see this here. You will be able to identify this here. The directories in the symbolic links identified with the @ symbol. Here you can see this link. Okay, for this one, what we'll try to do here is no, sorry. Okay, mkdir. I'm created two directories here. Now I'm going to create here. Now here I'm going to create here. First, I'm going to create a file. Okay. Now I'm going to specify here ln minus yes, the f1. Okay. Sorry. Here also will create here touch. Okay, here we'll say here the home oracle VTL1 and F1. I'm created file. Okay. Now I'm going to specify here ln minus s. Okay. Okay. I'll go to here. Just a moment. I gave a wrong one. Shading. VTL one. LS. Okay, you could just use, if you're trying to delete a file, you just use a RM file name. Okay. Okay, now I just say here ls minus f. Okay, here how you are finding here. Okay, just go back to here. This way also you can use it. You can see this here. That's a link file. Okay. Is it clear? Is it clear or not?
Hello, Lingesh. Can you explain it one more time? Like, what is the purpose of using ln-s as well as the ls-f?
ls, pardon, comment.
ls-s as well as the ls-f.
ls-s, you are linking the symbolic. You are linking the file in a symbolic way. That means which are the files are symbolic links. Link symbolics, the files that you are going to identify here. You can see this here. If you say ls, you can see this here. You are only finding, that means the f1. You just go back to here. Okay, here, what do you say that, like no, VTL, right? In this one, there's a file that you have here, the F1, right? You just open this, like no, gedit F1. I saved it file. I saved this one. Now I'm going to use here VTL1. In this one, also we have a F1, right? I'll say here gedit F1. Could not find the file, that means here you can see this here, the number of followed links limited and the actual file could not be found within the limits. You can see this here. Okay, this you are creating a link file, that's it. Okay, this link file, that means whenever you are going to have any kind of updates or everything, it is going to be there, but here we have some problem and it's not displaying it. You are linking the files actually. ls normally long list, we say that, right? Okay, ls minus s, if you say that, ln actually, Okay, the link, actually you are creating the link. LN stands for link. That means the symbolic link that you are creating here. Okay, this particular file, okay, this you are linking with this particular directory. Okay, this is what you are going to find. Some scenarios you by mistake you delete it, then automatically you can open that, like, no, the link file. That's what the use of this link files. Who asked it?
This is Arun here.
All right, yeah.
Linkesh, and can you explain one more time, like what is the purpose of using that F-F?
Type.
LS-F.
Pardon, come again.
Yeah, can you tell me what is the purpose of using LS-F? See, actually,
L,
now you had explained about LN-S, but I'm asking about the LS-F.
LS-F, always you can find out the symbolic links and the directories, which directories or everything that you can identify with the symbolic links. Okay, here you can see this here directory you are going to have a star. Yeah, you can see this here. I'll come out from the, okay, there's a main directory. I'll go back to the home directory here. Okay, now you can see this here. Oh, sorry. Still I'm in this one only. Okay. You can see this here, how you are finding here. The slash indicates a directory. Yesterday also we have seen the star indicates executable file. The @ is indicates a symbolic link. Is it clear, Arun?
Okay, fine. Yeah, Linkesh, actually, the thing is that so if you are using the LS-L, it will be in a long list, and if you are giving LS-F, we can able to see the,
that means which one is the directory
as well as the files, right?
Right, which one is the directory, which one is the executable, which one is the symbolic link, and everything that you can find out. There are 4 options or 5 options. Yesterday we have seen that.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, Linkesh, thank you.
Right. Yeah. This LN link, that means you can see this already. We have created one file. That means ls-l, you can see that, like the link file, so that you can see this here. You're going to find the, okay, the link also. Okay, that's just now we have created here. The CD. Okay, here we are not able to find anything. Now you just use a tilde symbol and then say here, yeah, the VDL1, right? Okay, now you can say here ls and ls-l, you can see this here. Okay, that's here you are finding that L, here you can see this. It's a link file. That's what you can identify here. Okay, you can also see that here, you will not be able to find exactly whatever he has given in this slide. Okay, here he said that that means a link, that means here. Okay, this is what you can see this L stands for link. This way you can identify that. Okay, this way you can identify that. Anytime that you want to remove this one, that means you can specify that. Okay, you can use it. Okay, or RM you can specify and you can remove that. You can see that. You can see that your total 0. You don't have any files here. Which command creates 2 new directories with the second directory as a subdirectory of the first one? mkdir-i, dir1, dir2. Pardon? A or B?
B.
All right. rm-i or command removes the non-empty directories.
Yes.
Right. True. Searching for files and directories. Okay, that means here you can see this regular expressions. Normally we say that here. Normally in Windows also, when you are trying to search, Okay, the file name start with something and you specify the file name, the starting letter, then use a star, right? The same way you can also use in Unix and Linux, we call it the regular expressions, and you can specify some special characters like no, you can use the grep, more, less, vim. Okay, that's you can see this here. Okay, there are certain things, patterns you can use it here. The asterisk, that means here the matches 0 or more characters. The question mark matches 0 or single character. The period, that means the dot, okay, matches a single character. Okay, that's up arrow that you can see this here. That means the shift 6 if you use it. Okay, caret at the beginning of the line. The dollar, the end of the line. The braces, the character inside the brackets, that means match one character position. Single quotation marks, that means tell the shell to ignore any enclosed meta characters. Double quotation marks enclose the space, and backspace escape the following meta characters. Okay, this is way you can use it. And here you can see this here. This is what we say that here, the ls file, you can see this here. Okay, these are the commands actually. Probably you can try to make sure that like no, file 2 and 4, you say that. That means the file end with the 2 and the 4, you can see this here. Okay, that means here you can also see here, okay, the file 09, that means we are specifying here, okay, 0-9, that means the file that ends in a 2 number, the last number is going to be, okay, 3. Okay, that's where you can identify here. Okay, this role you can create something like this, file 1, file 2, file 3, something like this. Okay, then you can try to search this one. Okay, the find actually, that's like no, you can use the search for the file that match the file pattern. Okay, or it could be a regular expression. You can use some string in the location specified by the path name and everything, that you can use it. The find command that you can see here, find -name myscript.htm. Okay, try to create the set of files and try to execute this particular one. Okay, you have all the examples. Try with this particular one. I'll not go for this. Okay. Okay, locate, that means you can see this here, where exactly it is located. That means a regular expression pattern that you can specify here. The grep command actually here, searching within the files, grep, within the files. Okay, is the normally global regular expression print. That is what the grep actually. Most of the scenarios we are going to work with the grep, and you can use this here. Okay, the grep first hello that you can see here, that means the grep options and the regular expression pattern that you can specify. And make sure that yesterday also I told you, and only few people are sincerely worked. That is what I identified. That's what I'm not going to discuss this. You have to do it yourself, because this is a very important thing in your activities, regular activities in the projects. Because you have to search for some files, you have to search for the text in a file. Okay, then all these things that you can see this here. Okay, okay, this is way you have to, you just create some set of files and store some content in that using gedit. The next we are going to discuss about Vim editor. There we can see that other things. Okay, okay, just I'm going to give you here now. What is the time now? Okay, that's 10:20. It's around 10:20. Okay, up to 11 o'clock I'll give a time, and you just try to work with this, or if you want more time, let me know that. Which of the following copy commands result an error message? Pardon?
Option C.
Option C. Option C. Okay, Krishnaraj says option B. Actually, it's option A, not option C or option B. He is using directory, not a file. When you use a directory, what do you have to do is either you have to specify or hyphen I. That means hyphen or I. You can specify it. That means you want to copy all the files, something like that. Okay. Yes, Ashraf, do you have any query?
No, sir. No, no.
Okay. All right. Okay, you can remove the hand. Okay, now you can go for practice. It's 11:20, 10:20 up to 11 o'clock. You can do a practice. Then you can have a break. Then if you want to have a more time, please let me know that. Okay. Right. You have completed the task, or still you want some more time? Anyone can respond? Want some more time?
Yes, Linkesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 How much time that you require?
15-20 minutes.
Okay. Okay. 11:25 or 11:30. I'll start again.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay then. If you have any queries, please let me know that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Linkesh.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Linkesh,
Yeah.
you are audible.
Yeah. Tell me.
I will share my screen now.
Okay. Okay.
So you can see my screen, right?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it got stuck here.
Oh, okay. You just use a Q. You just use a Q and explanator
Control
mark.
digit also.
Control D. You can use it. Otherwise, Control D.
No use. Yeah.
Control
Okay.
D. If you use a multiple times Control D, it is completely closes.
Okay. Fine.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's already open. Don't open that. It's there. Yeah. You can open terminal.
Okay.
Right click and open terminal.
Okay. Fine.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank
Right.
you.
Yeah. Welcome. So, now you can stop sharing it. Now you can keep yourself in a mute. I think I'm finding one new person, Guna. Guna V. Pandian. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Anybody?
Yeah, we can hear.
Right. Okay, someone called Guna. Okay, I don't have his name in the list also.
We don't know that.
Can you hear Mr. Guna? Are you there? Right. I don't know. Right. Can we go for the next topic? Or still you're doing like you want to have more time?
Yeah, we can continue.
Okay.
So one doubt, how
Yeah.
to open a link file?
Link
Like
file
just
normally you cannot open directly.
okay.
Okay. Just you are making a link copy of that. Anytime you want to get it back, you can use it. That I'll tell you later.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Right. And any other you got the fourth chapter that I shared with your people. I think you can check your mail. I think you should be able to get that. The one which I'm going to discuss now here.
Can you explain locate command?
Locate command, normally it is going to, you are searching for something that is going to be located. Where exactly, in which directory that particular file is being located. Whether it is in a current directory or some other directory. You're getting my point?
Okay, sir.
All right. Right. Using Vim editor. Now in like no, now we have seen a gedit actually. The gedit is
Hello.
not, yeah.
I didn't receive document 4.
Pardon?
I didn't receive document 4. That document now you reading.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
received.
Anyone got it? Anyone else got it?
Sir, I have got it.
We got it.
Okay.
Sir.
Got it.
Okay. Who's the person who says he's not received that? Majid, you can ask them. Okay, probably.
Sir, I will send him, sir.
Okay then. Okay, Akash. Okay, Akash is going to share with you.
Thank you.
Anyone is not received it. Probably you can ask your the fellow associates. Probably they can share with you. Okay. Now, using the Vim editor. Okay, that means normally if you want to write something in a file. Okay, that's I shown you something called a gedit. Gedit is not the right one actually. Okay, gedit is not the right one in the Unix. Okay, after that means a graphical user has been introduced here. Then we are able to see this particular one actually. Okay, I mean to say that the gedit. Gedit is a graphical edit. There's nothing but gedit is nothing but graphical edit. Okay, in this one, you can see this here. Okay, you can write something, you can copy, you can take wherever you want the cursor. Okay, you are able to do that. Okay, that means we are able to type. Now, if I'm going to use arrow keys, then I'll be able to move this. I can delete, you pressing the delete button, all the stuff that I can do out here. But when you go with this here, okay, close without saving, I'm using here. Okay, when you go with this Vim, okay, normally we call it a VA editor. Okay, this is in a Linux and other environments we can call as a Vim also, Vim editor, that we can see here. Access the Vim editor, modify files by using a Vim editor. Okay, most of the times what will happen here is when you are going to work with the projects, okay, you will not have a much GUI based application. You will not have a GUI based. Then how we are going to modify your file, how you are going to create a file, how you write something in a file. Okay, these things, okay, that means we are going to understand here in the Vim editor. The Vim editor is an interactive command line editor that you can create and modify text files, that you can see this here. Okay, the Vim editor is enhanced version of VA editor, is accessed via alias VI only. Okay, that's what you have to understand. It's alias. VI is the alias, and VI is improved actually. That's a default editor for Linux. Even Unix also we have the same VI editor only. Okay. Now you can see this here. When you say here VI, if I don't specify any file name, now you can see this here. VI improved the version that you can see here, 7.4.1099 Bram Molinar. That means modified by so and so. Is Vim is a open source and freely distributable. Help boot children to Gonda, something that you can see this here. Now I want to write something. I'm typing something here. After some time it is started. Okay, then you are finding something here, insert, you can see that. Okay, here now it's a disappear. Again, that I want to see that the insert, you can see this here. Okay, if you want to insert anything, you have to press. Okay, always when you are going to work with the VA editor or Vim editor, you always use the escape. Okay, then press I, then you will be able to insert. Okay, now you can type anything here. Now I want to delete any one of this in this, see here, if I use a backspace, if I'm going to use arrow keys, I'm able to take this. Now I want to delete this. Okay, here if you use escape, now you can see this here. Okay, this way you can do that. But you want to delete the complete word. Okay, you can see this here. If I want to select the whole thing here, from here to here, it's not possible. Okay, even if you use the shift arrow keys also, it will not work. It will tell select always the single character only. Okay, for that reason, you have to understand here, okay, the importance of escape keyboard, escape key in a keyboard, and use here, I want to save. Okay, you can use a WQ. Okay, when you use a WQ, it is going to save and quit. It is going to save and quit. We are not given any file name. Okay, that means you can specify the file name. Now you can see this here, LSF1. Again, you say here VI F1. Now you can see this, whatever you typed, you can find out in that. Now again, I want to write something here. If you want to write something here, you can use here escape. Then okay, you can take this particular one to the last one. Okay, escape A. Okay, now you can see this here. Again, you find here append. A stands for append. I stands for insert. Okay, like this, you can keep on insert. Okay, yeah, in our okay V editor. Okay, there are so many options which are available. Okay, oh, where are you, Mr. Guna? I'm keep on calling you, but there was no response from you. Did you attend yesterday my session? Can you hear me? Guna. Okay, you can unmute and speak to me once.
Yeah, sir, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Did you attend yesterday's session?
Yeah, I was. Yes, sir. I was attended, but I have some work on it. I mean, in my company, I just do that also, sir. I'm now also I mean, slightly doing that work also.
Okay, but then did you got the system yesterday? I'm not given any system for you actually.
VDI, sir. VMware VDI, right?
Right.
I mean that some VDI, right?
The virtual, the remote mission.
I didn't get it, sir.
You should ask me, right?
Yeah. Okay. I asked my friend's colleague to send the link.
Okay, but they'll not be able to. They'll not be able to share that. Actually, I can only share with you.
Okay, sir.
But okay, I think let me find out with our team members also. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Just wait for some time, Guna, and
okay, sir. Okay.
actually, I'll find out with my team members and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you.
All right. Actually, in the list which they've shared yesterday, we are not able to find. Okay, we did not find. Okay, just
okay.
Did you attend yesterday's session?
Yeah, sir. I have attended, sir.
But later, probably you're connected after some
Yeah,
time.
probably I later connected. I get a call from Shalini, I think so. Sometime.
Yeah, but probably in the.
I was in a morning shift, yeah, sir.
Okay. You're connected in the afternoon shift.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
afternoon, post lunch,
Yeah,
probably.
after she called me, I just connected. I just forgot that there is a training session.
Okay. Okay, this way you can do this one. You can. Then you did not ask me that the system information actually. That's what I'm wondering. Okay, no
Sir,
problem.
I just consulted with my friend. I just say that they shared me a link. So
Okay. Just give me.
We need a username for individual person.
Right,
So
exactly.
I have attended already training session with you, sir.
When?
Before 6 months, think so. While I'm joining in this company, we have attended 3 days SQL and 3 days PLSQL.
Right. Okay. Okay then,
Thank you, sir.
Just wait for some time, and once I get the
sure,
confirmation,
sir.
I'll share the system.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
You are planning to continue for SQL and PLSQL also?
By now, in my role, Linux is fine, sir. There is no SQL in my part. If I wish now, I can continue. If I'm not in a shift now, means I can continue. But now I'm in shift in morning shift.
Okay,
thank you, sir.
right. Thank you. Right. Right. Okay. This way you can use here the Vim editor, and you can see that there are so many options that you can find here. VI file name you can specify, VI options file name you can specify. You can create, you can edit, you can view files in the VI or Vim editor command. Okay, that means here, okay, this about this particular one, you can see this here. Okay, this is what it's going to be when you say VI directly. That means without specifying any file name or something, then you can see this automatically. It is going to show you the version of that particular one, and the complete information is going to be displayed. Okay, that's here you can see this here. The escape colon, that means type help, that means the register enter for information, and type Q, that means escape Q, that means you can exit, and that means type the colon help, that means you can enter, or that means F1 you can specify. The version information you want to find out, you can specify that help version 7. Okay, this is where you can get some information over here. Okay, this is the one thing. Now I want to come out of this particular file. You can specify Q. It's a Qt. Okay, you can come out of the VI editor. Okay, if you type something, then you want to come out. For example, okay, I'm using here, and I'll say here escape I. Then I'm typing inserting here. Now I don't want to save this. For example, okay, you just use a Q and quit without saving. The exclamation mark you specified. Okay, quit without saving. For everything that you can see here, this you have to use escape colon and the respective the alphabet you have to use it. Okay, those things that we'll see here. Okay, there are so many options that you can find out here. Okay, is a model editor and provides the 6 basic modes of operation. The command mode, that means that's a normal mode, the typically default mode when you Vim starts. Okay, that's a command mode. Okay, you can see this. You can enter some command in a Vim editor. Okay, colon using, that means help or something. It'll something like this. The insert mode, that means when you say this here, insert mode and replace. Okay, the replace mode you can use when adding a new text. Visual mode changes the text is highlighted. Select mode, default mode for MS Windows installations. The command line mode allows you to enter this X commands, so that means you can see this. Executable mode is optimized for a batch processing. Command and insert modes are 2 common modes will be the ones used in this course. You can see here, there's a table that you can find out here. Okay, this about this one. You can see this here. The default mode for the Vim editor, you can see the switch to insert mode. The press I, O, A, or any of these things you can use it. Return to command mode, press escape. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, whenever you are going to work with a VA editor, okay, you always keep your there's a left hand ring finger or like no middle finger. You always keep it the escape. Okay, near to escape. Whenever you have to change the mode, then you can press escape. Then automatically change the mode. Okay, that's what you have to get practice this. The command mode enter. Okay, the WQ command writes the save the changes and file quit. Q always indicates a quit and W indicates a save. That's what you have to understand here. Okay, and here modifying files using Vim editor. Okay, probably you can Guna is you are using V editor most of the time, or you are using gedit. Are you there? I think he's working on a project that probably you can understand from him. Okay, the view file name Vim, or that means view command enable you to view files in a read-only mode. Okay, here you can see this here. You can see this here. Okay, this it's going to be in a read only. You can see this here. If I want to write, that means here say this warning changing read only file. Okay, that's what here that you can use this option. Sorry. Okay. Okay, that's only view. Okay, when you are trying to write something, it's going to give a warning. Okay. Okay, Vim minus R, the command invokes the Vim editor read only. This also you can use either of this. Okay, you can also check this one. That you can see this here. One changing read only file. It's giving an error. Okay. Okay, here is giving an example. Now you can see here. Okay, this is going to be, you have to like no probably what you can do here is you can take one document or something like this here. Okay, here, okay, this is where you have to get a practice with this one. Okay, the H, the left arrow or backspace, left one character. J or down arrow. Okay, that means either of this you can use down one line. K, okay, that means here you can say this up one line. Okay, that means L, right arrow or space bar. The W, forward one word. B, backward one word. E, end of the current word. Okay, the dollar, end of the line. Okay, to the beginning of the line, you can put 0. Okay, and that means here this particular symbol, okay, the first non-white space characters on the line. Okay, this way you are going to have so many things here. right? Okay, just a moment. Okay, what I'll do is here. Probably you can take any wiki and so that probably you can take more text and okay, try to keep in a file so that you will be able to, like, no, I use here gedit. Okay, now you can see this here, a lot of information that we have. Okay, using this one, you just try to practice it. This way you can do that. Save, close. Now you just try to open, okay, session. Okay, now you can see here. If you use escape H, escape J, I'm using here, down. Okay, what are the options that we have? You can check this here. The left arrow, you can see this here. You can use the left arrow and right arrow. Okay, okay, all these options you can check out here. Okay, when I use here, and then here you can see this here, escape, I, J, just a moment, what are the option? K, up arrow, J, down arrow. Escape K, right, is not. Okay, J, down arrow, the L, you can see this here, the H, the left, you can see here. Okay, this is way, okay, you can try it actually. Okay, that means it also gives the some information that you can see here. Okay, now again you can use here escape J, it goes to the line, the down line, the down arrow actually that we can talk about here. Okay, okay, you can also use the K. When you use a K, it is going to be, okay, up arrow. Okay, that's like, no, like this you can use up arrow, down arrow, right arrow. Okay, all those things, and you can also use here, okay, one thing, the W beak. Okay, here, okay, you can see here escape W, you can see this here, again W, you can see this here. It's going for the one word, that means word that you can have to understand here. If you say B, the back, you can see this here, escape B, you have to use it. If you say J, it will go down. If you say K, it's going to be up. It's going to be L, right. It's going H, it is going to be left. Okay, this is what you have to, okay, all these things that you have to remember. Okay, and a few more things that you can find here is here. You can also check this here. Okay, escape E, the end of the word character. This end of the word. Escape dollar, if you specify here, the end of the line, it will take you. Okay, wherever you are, okay, that means it will take you to that particular position. Okay, probably you can say here. Okay, escape wall, you can see the starting. Escape dollar, okay, you can see this end. Okay, like this, you have to use all these options. Okay, the non-white space character on the line, okay, probably you can see here. Escape. Okay, this is non-white space. Okay, probably you can keep here. Okay, the non-white spaces, we don't have that. So that's why you can use all this option. And there are so many options that you can find out here. The enter and return down the beginning of the next line, capital G to the last line of the file, that you can see this here. The 1G, the first line of the file. Okay, that you can also cross check here. Last line of the file, you can see this here. Again, escape 1G. The starting line of the file, you can see this here. 1G. Okay, like this, you try to practice one after another. In the slide, it shows that gives there are so many options so that you can find out. Sorry, I did not share this one. No? You can see this here. So you can see this here. Now I want to go to the last line of the file. Okay, escape capital G, you can use it. Sorry, it's not selected. Escape capital G. Escape the 1G, you can use it. It will come to the first line. Okay. And you can see this here. Okay, to line number. Okay, this means colon N, you can specify here. Okay, there's only one file to edit. Okay, here you can say this set unknown option. Okay, just a moment. We have an option here. The number also you can get it. We'll see that option the later probably. Okay, NG to line N. Okay, that means you can specify, sorry, colon line 5. Sorry. I used here. The 5th line, colon, the 15th line, colon, okay, 25th line, okay, like this. You can specify this. Okay. Okay. And you can also use here the other options like Control F, the page forward one screen, Control D, that means the scroll down off screen, Control plus B, that means capital D, capital F, you can see this here. Page back one screen, and Control U scrolls up one off screen, and Control L refresh the screen. Control G display the current button buffer information. Okay, here you can see this here. Okay, inserting and appending text. You can use a small a, append text after the cursor. Capital A, append text end of the line. Okay, yeah, that's what you can see here. Okay, here you specify here append, that means here escape A, small a. There itself you are getting. If I say here escape capital A, then you can see this end of the line, you can see this. Small a and the capital A, you can see the difference. Okay, that means I stands for insert. Okay, insert text before the cursor. The capital A insert the text the beginning of the line. Okay, you can see that. Okay, O, small o opens a new line below the cursor. Capital O opens a new line above the cursor. Okay, the colon or file name, the reads insert the content of another file into the current file below the containing the cursor. You can see this following table shows the command that delete text in the VI editor, or overwrites or replace the character on the line or at the end and the right of the cursor. Terminate this operation, press escape. Any operation that you want to terminate, you can use the escape only. See changes or overwrite character from the cursor. Just substitute a string character at the cursor. Delete a character at the cursor, that means one character. The delete n characters beginning at the cursor. Okay, that means I want to remove 5 characters. Delete word, that means DW you can use. Double D if you are going to use the delete the line containing the cursor. Wherever you keep the cursor, automatically it is going to remove the entire line. NDD deletes n lines beginning with the line containing the cursor. Capital D deletes the line from the cursor right end of the line. Colon N ND delete the lines, and n of n, for example 5 of 10 are going to be deleted. Okay, this is like, no, you if you get this, you can use it, all these options. Okay, nothing. If you do the practice, okay, anchoring is the very important one. Anchoring means actually you can copy and paste it. Okay, anchs a copy of a lines containing the cursor. NYY and copy lines beginning with the line containing the cursor. P stands for paste. That means it puts anchored or deleted text after the line containing the cursor. Okay, the copies lines and put them after line. Okay, that means 1,3 or copies 1 and 3 and puts them after 5th line. Okay, that's what you can see here. Probably I'm going to show here the anchoring part initially. Oh, just a moment. Suddenly it's got disconnect. Okay, now I'll say here escape double by anchoring. Okay, now I'll go back to here, the last line of this one. Okay, now I'll say here escape P. You can see this here. Okay, there's a first line that I copied in the after the last line of the same file. The multiple lines that you want to copy it, that means n of, that means you can specify n number of lines. That means where you keep the cursor, from there you can specify that which one that you want to anking it. No. Just a moment. That's what you can see this here. Okay, the W is going to save the files. It's going to write the changes into the disk. Okay, colon W file name, write the content of the buffer to a new file name. The W could save the file changes and quit the V editor. The colon X is going to save the files with the change and quit the V editor. Z save the files with the change and quit the V editor. Q explanator quits without saving. ZQ also quit without saving. Session customization. Okay, that means Vim session can be set options with this here. There are more than 295 options which are available with the Vim editor. You can enable this features that is not activated by default. Set num. Actually, this is what show line number you're going to find here. You can see this here. I use NUM, right? Okay, that's what set NU. Again, you don't want to this here. None. I think just a moment. It's a no num. Okay, no num. Okay, set IC instruct search to ignore case. Okay, that means instruct search to be case sensitive. Set list the display visible characters such as okay, there's a symbol, okay, and other things. Show mode display the current mode operation. No short mode. Okay, it is going to stop that. Set all display all variable and their current values. Which three commands help you to save changes in your file and quit the Vim editor?
Colon W.
Colon W, right? First one. Any other? Colon W.
Colon WQ.
Okay, that's the one. The double Z. That is also true, right? Only W. That's also true. WZ. Okay, sorry. That Three commands are save changes in file and quit the Vim editor. Right? What are the things are correct? A, C, and E. Which of the following says the backward for the pattern? The pattern part we have not discussed actually. Okay, but I told you that. The question mark pattern that you have to specify. The question mark pattern that you have to specify. Okay, you got the document, you just try to go with all the options. Okay, the practice of Vim editor is very, very important one. Yeah, I'll give now, it's almost, 12:20, yeah. Okay, I'll give a 40 minutes. How much you can do now. And probably post lunch also we'll see that. If you want to have a more time, then we'll see that. Okay.
Okay, Rao.
Right.
Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Hello. Hello, Lingeshwar. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazid, you're calling me actually. I got a call, and because of that reason, I couldn't reply you. Sorry for that.
I have a doubt. Okay, regarding we have to enter escape every time, or but only
No. Whenever you are going to change the mode, then that time only you have to use it.
okay, colon WQ, na?
No, colon WQ. As save and quit.
Yes, and got it.
Guna, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Okay, this is the link actually.
Okay.
I shared with you directly.
I have in this link, sir, already.
Okay, I'm going to give the username.
Okay.
Okay, the username is for you is user 41.
User 41. User 41.
Yeah, just a moment.
Okay, sir.
Okay, and anyone is using user 41?
I think so. Sabarish yesterday logged into it. User
No.
41, sir.
He has a problem, and I like no. I like no. Then I give a different number for them.
Okay.
You just check this and let me know if you are facing any problem. The password is admin at 123. Okay, if you face any issues, please let me know that.
Invalid login, sir.
Invalid login, no? Just a moment. I'll try to give one more. User 44, try with the user 44. So you can share your screen, Guna.
Yeah, I can share, sir.
Admin at 123. This is also giving the same problem?
Yes, sir. Caps A or small
Caps A,
sir?
caps A, caps A.
Okay.
Just give me two minutes, Guna. I'll rectify the issue and I'll get back. Okay, either 41 or 44. Guna? Guna, can you hear me?
Yeah, sir, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah, you can share your screen, Guna. Once
One
now.
second, sir. 1 second, sir. I mean, 1 second, sir. Can you see it, sir?
Yeah, it is streaming. Right. Yeah. You can open a you can open a new tab.
Yeah. It's, okay, sir.
You can go back to like no labs.cloud.com. https labs.dm@cloud.com. It's very slow. Okay, you can use a logout. Yeah.
Okay.
Relogin. Okay. User 41. Use user 41. Okay. Admin A capital. Admin at 123.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Then what do you have to do? You have to go to the folder, Windows folder. Okay. Use this Oracle DB developer VM. Okay, Guna.
Okay, sir.
All right. Okay. Okay, then you can have your lunch break.
Yes, sir. Sure.
And
actually, I'm on a shift, sir, now.
Okay.
After 2 o'clock only I can go for the lunch.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. We'll be back by 2, and Guna will have a lunch break after 2 o'clock probably. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Okay then. Okay.
Hello.
Right, you're back. All of them are back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to do for practice, or can you go for the next topic? Yeah.
Next topic.
Okay. Just give me 2 minutes, huh?
Yes.
All right. Right.
Yes.
Yes, bro.
Okay. 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 You should be comfortable with the VI editor or Vim editor. Okay. That's more important to make sure that you do a lot of practice. Okay. And the VI editor. Now we are going to discuss about the shell. Okay, that means features of shell within the bash shell. Okay, the different types of shells are available. In Linux, we use here the bash shell. Okay, you use shell expansions for generating shell tokens. Use a shell meta character for the command redirections. Use the variables in the bash shell to store values. Display the command history. Customize the user's work environment. Generating tokens. Actually, shell expansions here is the one important thing that we have to understand here. Okay, whatever you are going to enter through keyboard, that is going to be a standard input, and whatever it is going to be displayed by your system, that is going to be shell output. And if you are getting some error, that is also going to be standard error. Standard input, standard output, standard error. Everything will be taken care by your shell. We're working in a shell sets or a range of information or often repeated. Shell expansions will generate a large number of shell tokens by using compat syntax, excuse me. Expansions performed with the command in the line, that means brace expansion, tilde expansion, parameter expansion, command substitution, path name expansion, or file name generation. Okay, these all will comes under your shell expansions. Okay, probably here you can see this here, the brace expansion syntax that you can see here. Okay, that means here you can see this echo. Okay, that's A and the brace symbol that you can specify. Okay, A D comma C comma B. When you say that ADE, ACE, ABE, something like that, it's going to print. Okay, this is where you can see this here. This mechanism by which the attributed string can be generated. Pattern to be braced expand to the they take the form of optional paramble following, that means series of comma separated strings or sequence of expressions. That's why you can see this here. You can also use a tilde expansion. Okay, already we have used a tilde expansion. Where we have used a tilde expansion? Pardon?
In CD command.
What it is going to do?
Change directory.
Okay. Any other?
Change directory to home page. Sorry, to that home folder.
Okay, here, if I say here tilde symbol, what it is going to do, it will go back to the home directory Oracle home. That's what you can see this here. Oracle home. That means I logged in as Oracle. That's what it's. I say that Oracle home. That means, or you can say this home directory. Okay, that's what we use a till symbol. You can see this here. Sorry. When I say this one, okay, you can see this, which represent the home directory of the current user. Okay, the home directory, that's what I said. I logged in as an Oracle. That means when I'm going to log in as an Oracle, that is going to be my home directory. If I'm going to be there in some subdirectories, okay, that means CD directory name, CD directory name like this. And now I want to go back to my home directory, then you can use a till symbol. Okay, here you can see this here. Probably you can see this here. Okay, now if you say here the PWD, any subdirectory there, from here you have to go back to, okay, you want to go back to, what do you say that, like, no, home directory, then we use this till symbol. That is going to be your home directory. Initially what you have here, the home Oracle, you can see this here, this is the home Oracle. Okay, it should go to that particular one. Either you can use a CD also, but the till symbol we are discussing here, okay, part of a that means the shell, bash shell. Okay, that's what we are talking about, this particular one. You can go to, okay, your, okay, there's a home directory of the current user. Okay, the till symbol with the username which represents the home directory of the specified user. Now you can see this here, echo dollar, okay, user. Okay, that means when you say this one, what will happen here? There's something wrong with my. You can say this here. If you want to go back to home directory, either you can use this one and this one. Okay, what is the difference between, okay, the dollar user, okay, the capital user? What is the difference between the user and who? Who gives the, from which terminal, who connected? That's what here. Okay, which user is connected? What is the username that you can identify the dollar user? Okay, the difference that you can understand here. Which password you can also check here. Okay, actually here we have something called user bin password, USR slash. Normally we call it the user only. Okay, USR bin password. Oh, sorry. So you can see this here, PSSWD. It's a file actually. Yeah, that's like, that's a, it indicates here a red color means what exactly that. Red color means what exactly? It indicates star means what? It indicates @ means what?
symbolic file.
Right. At the rate indicates symbolic. But then what do you mean by star?
Executable.
Exact. Right. Executable. Right. Okay. That's how you can identify here. Is one of the PSSWD file in user bin is an executable file. Okay, here you can also use here the command substitution that allows you the like no multiple commands. Also, you can give that. Okay, here I'll go back to again. You can say here dollar, and you just say here. You can see this here. That means multiple commands also you can execute. Okay, that means when you're going to work with the Unix, that means you're able to use a touch, right? The touch command. Okay, you when you use a touch command, what will happen? You can create a file or multiple files. mkdir -p you can specify. You can create multiple directories. Directory in a directory also you can do that. Correct. Okay, here you can see this here. The same way, like you can have a multiple command that also you can execute. That means the bash shell supports it. Okay, that's what we have to understand here. Okay. Then you can also put something like this. The which password. Either way you can do that. Yeah. Just a moment. That happened. Cannot access switch fast. Oh, sorry. I'm using past. No one is saying that. Okay, you enter a wrong name. I cannot access switch password. It is not working in this one. The path name expansions and file generation. Okay, here you can see this here. When you talk about the simplify location changes within the directory hierarchy, the expansions or file name generate includes the asterisk symbol, which matches a 0 or more characters, sometimes called goggling, globbing. Okay, the question mark symbol, which matches 0 or single character. The pair of square brackets, which matches the single character. The dash symbol, which represents the previous working directory. The asterisk, question mark, and square brackets and meta characters are also used by your regular expression. In this previously, probably you've checked out. Yeah, there's here some of the things that means you can use some regular that means expressions like the same way you can see here. ls, okay, that means f star, you can say this here, but I don't have a such kind of things here. I can say here s star I'm going to use here. Okay, and again you can say here the capital S star I'm using here, for example. No such directory. That means all are in lowercase. Anything that you have in uppercase that you can identify, and you can check that. Okay, probably we can say this here, ls the capital P star. Okay, pictures in public, you can see that. Okay, like this you can identify information related to the files. So that means you can always use this one. Okay, here you can also put here the question mark. For example, here I'll say here SQL the question mark. That's not, some of the commands are not working. Okay. Actually, what it is going to do is when you're going to put here, okay, what you have in that particular directory, it is going to list out all this information, because we don't have anything called SQL. Okay, so that we can, what we can do is here SQL star. You can see that here. In SQL-C, you have a bin and library. In SQL Developer, you can see this here, all the files. Okay, like this, you can specify, okay, if you are not able to find this, okay, with a shorter name, you can put a, that means you can put a star, then you can specify a question mark. Okay, you can use here, for example, I'm going to use here. Okay, here we'll say that ls j star I'm going to specify here. Okay, now I'll say here ls j star, then question mark. Okay, you can see this here. All the j related, that means here you can find out. There's the next one that you will have somewhere here. Yeah, j star, you can see this here, j related. Yeah, this is what you're going to find. Okay, each and every directory, what are the files that you have, and everything is going to be get displayed. The square bracket expansion symbol. The square bracket expansion is used to create a character class which represents the set or range of character for the single character position. Okay, that's already we have seen that, like using square brackets and a set of characters and a number of a specific character, for example, ABC. The character set do not necessarily have to be in any order. Okay, you can see this here, A to Z and 0 to 9, something like this, either in uppercase or lowercase. The range of values, you can specify that. Which of the following expansion symbols equate to the absolute path name of the user's home directory?
Simple. Option D.
What? Option D. D.
Yes, sir.
Home directory. Someone says B. D. Using shell meta character for the command redirection. The shell meta characters are specific character, generally symbols, and that have a special meaning within a shell. Okay, actually here you can see this a pipe where you find enter key or above enter key you can find a pipe symbol. Actually, send the output to the command on the left as an input to the command on the right of the symbol. The ampersand, the background execution. That means you have an option, any Unix statement or a Linux statement you can execute in a foreground or background. If you any process, anything that you want to execute in a background, you can use ampersand. Semicolon, the command separator. Okay, that means you can have a multiple command that you want to specify, you can put a semicolon. The backslash escape the next meta character to remove its meaning. The braces, round bracket, so that means here, the command grouping. And here you can see this here, there's less than and greater than and double greater than and quote, that means angel brackets, less than, greater than, the redirection symbols. The dollar, okay, back quote, that means we can specify the command substitution. Space tab is going to be new line, okay. Yeah, that's why you can see this here. There's no here he clearly mentioned that the subsequent slides in this topic cover only the redirection of symbols. That you can see this here, the command communication channels. That means you can see the shell is there in the system, and it's going to accept the value that is going to be from the from keyboard. That's we call it the standard in. The numeric reference for that one is going to be 0. The standard output when you talk about here, it's going to be 1. And the standard error is going to be a 2. This way it is going to be. Okay, based on this, you can identify this like no. Okay, there are something that you can say here. 0 indicates standard in, 1 indicates the file description number actually. That's like no standard output. Okay, 2 indicates standard error. The redirection of standard input, you can say this here. If you put a less than symbol, if you put a greater than, that means that's output. Redirection of standard output, there will be the that's a double greater than append. Okay, the redirection of standard error, the redirection of both standard error and standard output. Okay, that means 2 greater than ampersand of 1 to the same file. Okay, the pipe symbol. These are all meta characters that you can use it here. Mail Oracle X. That means you can see this here. What exactly this one indicates in the command? Anyone can explain this? You forget about mail X. What is the less than symbol indicates here? Redirection of standard input. Okay, the less than indicates here. Command file name, command 1 file name, command that means here you can say the double greater than, you can specify that append. Okay, the ls-1, the directory list. What it is going to do here, the directory list, the redirect the list of files and subtract it to the current home directory into the directory list file. Okay. Right. Mention here. That's not easy. Okay, so what we'll do is here. It's not accepting. Normally here, what do you mention here? Direct the list of files and subtract the current home directory into a directory that means list file. It is going to move that actually. It's not working. Here command using the descriptor number 2 that generate the greater than sign direct standard error message to the dev null. Okay, that means here you can see this here. Okay, the less data, what it is going to do? Less DAT file, what it is going to do? Where do you use the less? Hmm? Tell me. Anyone can answer? Anyone? Anybody is there?
Yes, sir, but no idea. Sir.
Just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Actually, I'll make Deepa as a host. Deepa, are you there?
Hello, Ram.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Rao, I can hear you.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. What does the less command do? Anyone? Pardon?
It shows files content.
It shows?
Files content.
File content. That means the less information it is going to be displayed.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Here, that means here you can say this less file name if you specify it is kind. Okay, that means like here you can say this here. There is a command called who. Anyone tried this? Okay, first of all, you just check this here. Who? When you talk about this who, that means it's going to show the information about from which system that you are connected. Okay. Right? Who, the pipe symbol, -c, you can see that. There are two things that it is able to find here, or two lines. Okay. You can see this here. We are able to use here pipe symbol. The standard output from who command, that means that's input, the standard input for the word, that means here word count. This is the word count, right? -l, the command we are using here. And here you can also use here. Can we say something like this? Cat Sachin. Can I put something like this? Word counts -l. The 63 lines of code that is there in that particular file. Is it correct? VI. $63 or $64 you got it. You can see this here. The number of lines. -l indicates. Okay, if you are going to put here something like this, cat, only WC if you say that. The word count that you can say that. 63 lines and 634 words and 421 characters. Right? Yesterday we worked with the word count also, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, right. Okay, the same thing that you can say this. So that means like no two statement that you are using with a single one. Okay, that's what here the shell that we can talk about here. Command 1 and command 2. And here you can see this here ls-f. Okay, it is going to give the located in the directory of etc directory information. Enter the following command. You can see this here ls-f is /etc grep. Okay, and here you can see this here. What you are going to get for this? Capital F. Correct? Okay, next. /etc, the pipe symbol, the grep, you can see this here. In the etc directory, you are able to check all the files. If the same command I want to use here in a different way, for example, can I use a root? The permission denied. Because you're not a super user at this moment, right? And head 10, that means a tail 3. I want to see this here. The head 10, that means here, so probably that means we can say that here. Okay. The pipe symbol, you can use it here. Tail -3, right? Only tail 3 it is displaying, right? Hmm? Okay, you can see this here. The output head command is the input of for the tail command. Okay, the command print the, yeah, that means LP line print the result. Okay, we have like no, we got an error initially. Now we'll see this here, line print also. No default destination available. Okay, here, but it's here, you can see this here. Out of 10 lines, you are getting only last 3 lines. If you are going to use here only head, hyphen 10, if you see this here, sorry. Oh. Okay, the last 3 lines, what do you have here? You can see this here. This is the tile for this 10 lines, correct? That's what you're getting, the 10 lines. Okay, when I'm going to use here head hyphen 10, the session, the pipe symbol, the tail -10, the 3 lines. Okay. Redirecting standard output by using a T command. Okay, here you can see this greater than meta character direct the standard output of the file instead of printing the output on the screen. Okay, here you can use this particular one hypothetically. Okay, if you wanted to see the output command 1 before they redirect to the file name, would you use a T command? Okay. Okay, here you can also specify here. Okay, for example, we have ls minus l, for example, greater than. Okay, and I'm going to use here now you can see here, you just use here cat ls underscore out. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, ls underscore out one, right? A cat ls underscore out one. You can see this, only these files are there. The whatever the output that we are going to store in a file. Okay, that means whatever the output you are getting, any command output, you can store it in a file. Okay, this is a command that you can use a greater than symbol, standard output. Okay, now here what you can do here is the before. Okay, you can again, if I say that here ls minus a greater than. Okay, you can put here, get something called here. Okay, what do you call? Okay, greater than symbol and use another file name. For example, here I'll say this here ls underscore out2. Now you can see here cat ls underscore out2. You can see this here, all the files that you can find out here. Okay, before storing this information, any information into file. For example, here we are using something called ls minus a. Okay, this our file name, output file name. We are, that means whatever the output, instead of displaying on a screen, okay, we are storing in a file. Okay, this information you want to see that. This information you want to see that. In such kind of scenarios, what you can do here is you can use a t command. Okay, here. T command. You can use T. Okay. This you have to use a type symbol, the T, and you can specify here file name, FNA, the file name ls out1. You can see this here. Before storing this one, or you can use now. Okay, initially I used here. Okay, ls out is the one I used for the different output actually. Now you can see this, it's going to be get appended. You are getting my point, what I'm trying to do. What do you have in initially I created ls, how many files that I have here now? ls out1 and ls out2. ls out1 is as a long list. ls out2 has a, that means hidden files also. Now what I'm doing is here using ls minus a, the t command I'm using here. Okay, and I'm specifying -a append, and it is going to be get stored in a ls underscore out1. Everything you can see this here. When you say cat, that means ls out1. You are able to see that's 8 lines here. You can see this. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. The output which you are getting in a file, that means you are supposed to, it's supposed to be displayed in a screen. Instead of displaying on a screen, we are storing in a file. Okay, before storing that information in a file, you can also see that information. What is the information that is going to be stored in a file? Using T command, you can get it. Probably if you want to append the information which is already specified a file and you want to append it, then you can use a -a. Okay, quoting symbols, is a process that instructs the shell to mask or ignore the special meaning to shell meta characters. Apostrophe or single forward quotation marks instructs a shell to ignore enclosed meta characters. Double quotation marks instruct the shell to ignore all enclosed meta characters and white spaces except the following three symbols. The backslash, the escape symbol prevent the shell from interrupting the next symbol after. Single backquote quotation mark. Okay, that means a backquote and backtick. $sign parenthesis. Okay, here you can see this here. Those things that you have to go through it actually. Okay, there's ls minus L2 and the directory list. The command content of your current directory and redirect the list into a file called a directory list. Is it true or false? ls minus L, 2 we are using it. When do you use a 2? Are you there? Oh, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, it's audible.
Is it right or wrong?
Right.
Yes.
True.
But your voice is not clear.
True, sir.
It's a false.
False. Okay.
It's a false actually. The command line lists the content of your current directory and redirect the list into a file called directory list. When do you use it? True 2? Normally 2 is going to be used when you are going to have any error, when you are expected any error. Okay, do you expect any error here? No, right? Using variables in the bash shell to store values. Then normally when you talk about a variable or a parameter is a temporary storage area in the memory, which either the set by the user or shell or system or any program that loads another program. We use the variable concept actually. Okay, normally okay, that for temporarily storing, and you can process and you can display that information. Okay, that means, for example, I want to add that means 4 plus 5, for example. When you are going to you enter this one, that means the system is going to okay the output has to be get stored somewhere. Okay, but whatever the input values you are submitting, that is also going to store at LCAT's memory. But explicitly, I want to pass. Okay, that means a parameter means a passing. Okay, I want to pass. Okay, when I'm going to pass something, that means that it should allocate the value. That means it should allocate a memory to hold that value for temporarily. Okay, that's what here we call it a variable or parameter. Okay, there are two types of things that you can find out here. One is called local shell variable, another one is a global environment shell variables. Okay, when you talk about this one, okay, that means the current instance of the shell and their okay and are used to short-term working condition. That is a local shell. The global shell means actually here that have been okay, exported. The exported variables are subset of the total shell variables and the duration for of any fork or span. Get the subroutine systems, subroutine session. Okay, that's a longer time you can expect this. Okay, that means echo dollar shell, you can see this here. You can also set, okay, when you see here, whenever you use this here, echo shell, the bash we are using here, the what we have discussed here, the Linux uses bash, right? Okay, just give me a minute. Right. Sorry for that. Okay, here, that you can set command, list all local shell variables and their variables. You can also use this here. This, sorry. Okay, I'm in here only. Yeah. You can see this here. There are local, that means all the variable that you can see here. There's so much of information that you can find out here. Here, that's what he says here. You can see this here. This echo command displays the value stored inside the local shell variable by using a parameter action. Set command lists local shell variables and their values. All the information that you can find out here. Okay, probably here, here it's specified very clearly, output truncated. There's a huge amount of information that you can find out here. The environment, that also you can check this here. The environment command list all global environment shell variables and their values. Here, you can see this here. Okay, don't change all these things. Like, no, you can see this here. Okay, you'll be able to work with your next environment. That means tomorrow we are going to work with this Oracle database. That means the Oracle database related variables and the Java and everything that's been specified here. Okay, don't do anything, don't change anything here, the environment part. Okay, I'll not discuss that, how to change that environment also, of course. Okay, that you can see here. The history that you can check here. The last, the 50 transaction, that's a 10 transaction, something that you can, oh, sorry. Okay, here you can see this here. the last 10 transactions or commands that I executed, you will be able to see with the history command. Here, history equal to echo history. Okay, these are all you can try to practice. That's unset a local shell variable. Create a bash environment shell variables. Okay, use the export command. Okay, but okay, this is what you can say this here. The export history 75 in the environment. That means we are specifying here. Okay, the default bash shell variables editor fc edit home long name path, that means here the ps1 ps2 shell. Okay, these are all will comes under the variable names. Okay, the meanings also you can see that here. The ps1 when you talk about here, that means shell from string is stored as shell variable, and you can customize it according to your references. The Oracle Linux example prompt display user login name, right? And the system host and the current working directory. The U stands for the user login name, and the system stands for system host stands for host name starts for H, and the current working directory W. The prompt displays the correct information when you user login in a different host. Okay. You can customize shell variables path. Actually, the path is the one contain the list of directory path name separated by colons. Actually, here where exactly, that means when you are going to specify some command that I'm going to execute here, for example, here, okay, I should give a small example here. Sorry, I just cleared it here. Okay, here, okay, I'm using something called SQL plus. Where do you have this SQL plus? Something it is giving here. What is this SQL plus? How it is going to be identified by your shell? Okay, just a moment. Okay, now again I'm back here. When I say here environment, that you can see here, okay, this here you can see this path, class path, something that you can see here. Okay, where you are going to have this information, just a moment. There's a path that you can see this home Oracle desktop database that you can see here, and put a colon home Oracle bin, home Oracle LED, home product. That means here version, user bin, home Oracle desktop, and you can, this is what you can find here. Okay, in this particular area, okay, that's SQL developer, or okay, that means anything that you are going to open it from here only, it is going to be open based on this path. If this path is not specified, you will not be able to open that application. Okay, that's what here you can see this here. Path is a variable contains a list of directory path names separated by colons. When executing command on the command line, the shell searches the directory is listed in the path variable from left to right in a sequence to locate the command. If the shell does not find the command, that means there's a list of directories, the display is not found, or error message is going to get displayed. To ensure that commands operate smoothly, you must include their respective directory in the path variables. Okay, that means, for example, the notes pages illustrate the illusion of Oracle home. Okay, that means home Oracle lab. That means directory path variables use which bash shell built in. Okay, that's normally, I think yesterday when I asked it, someone said I worked with the Java. In Java also you have to specify the path, right? I don't remember his name. Yesterday someone said, who is what?
This is Gerard.
Yeah, right. You also set the path, right? When you set the path, then only you can get, you will be able to execute your Java commands, right?
Yes.
Okay, and anywhere. Otherwise, what you have to do is you have to go to Java directory. There you have to go for JDK. Then you have to go for bin. Then you have to use a Java. Then only it will work. If you don't specify the path, the same way here in the environment, we have to specify that what are the application that you are using, how you are going to execute all the thing that you can specify. Set command lists all local shell variables and their values. Right. Displaying the command history. The history is the command that is going to display the commands that you are executed so far. Okay. Hist file size is the historical. That means history file size hist. Okay, that means here you can use this. Mechanism enabled to view, repeat, or modify previously executed commands. You can see this here. History for. Okay, here you can see this here. You want to see the specific, okay, the number, each and everything that you can see here. Okay, you can see this 112 here we have here. You can see this here. Okay, this explanator 112 you can specify. You can re-execute that particular command. Okay, because the history maintain the unique identification number. Okay, based on that you can execute it. Okay, and you can see this here. The double explanator command is an alias built into the US bash shell, which enable you to repeat that command, which you already executed. The same command you can use it. This here you can see this. You control R keys, initiate the search and prompt the search string. Okay, that you can try this here. Control plus R. Okay, you can check this. If you search the last occurrence of the clear command entering, you get clear return, enter execute. Control plus C you can use it. Okay, you can search and execute using explanator combined with the search string example. Okay, this you just try to work editing commands in the command line. Set, that means vi. Okay, set mcas, that means, okay, you can put it here. Export editor equal to bin the environmental and set, but don't do anything here, or don't work with this environmental variables. Okay, and set, like, no, don't specify any additional new variables. Okay, because this the same environment that we are going to work today, I mean tomorrow. Okay, then it is going to be a problem. Okay, invoking file name. Okay, customizing user work environment. This is, you can see this here, you are working with your own environment. That means here you are going to have the bash profile, .bash profile. There you can change it. You want to change your prompt, or your something that you want to have something, then you can try to do this particular one. Okay, but I don't suggest this. Okay, just okay, you just go through that. Okay, in once you go to your project, probably you can check that. Which of the following is the default command line editing mode in a bash?
VI. Yeah, VI.
VI. All right. Okay, you can go for practice. Please let me know if you don't understand anything anywhere. Okay, let me know that.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, I have one doubt.
Yeah,
Can I
please.
share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Screen is visible?
Yeah, yeah. Tell me, Kumaran.
Sir, using symbol, right? Question mark will shows the list of files in a directory.
In the directory. Yeah, right.
But I put question mark. There is no such file there. Display no such file or directory.
Okay. Use ls. Enter.
But without question mark, it shows
No,
the
no, no.
file.
Let me check that, Kumaran. Yeah, right, right. Okay. Without that, you can also use ls, Kumaran.
Yes.
You will be able to see that. Do you have any directories in that? No, right?
Yes.
You can use no, no, no. Don't use the full name, right? You can try this way. ls KUM question mark.
We will check another directory.
You can try with this way actually. Okay. Actually here, okay, in a such a way that you can get into a CD SQL developer. Something you should have okay, the similar kind of names of the directory, then you can put a question mark. ls, just use ls. Okay, now you can see this here, jv or j, it starts j, it starts with a j. Probably you can put a j, ls j question mark. Okay, I give an example, right? I think just a moment, let me check that. All right, you can use here ls j star question mark or SQL star question mark. Right, this is where you can do that.
Okay.
Right. Okay, because it starts with the J anywhere in that like no in the directory.
Okay.
You can also go back to the main directory, and there also you can do that. You can use a CD enter. Right now you can say that your K that's like no ls K star question mark.
Okay.
Okay, that's where you can.
Okay, thank you.
There. Yeah, you can have a break, 15 minutes break. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
All right. Right. Okay. Can we go for the next topic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Basic file permissions. When we talk about this, if you use ls minus L, you can see this here. These files are having the privileges that you can see here. Read, write, that means read, write, read, and read. Okay, that means hyphen indicates no permission. That means, okay, we have not given a privilege for that, the other privileges. Okay, if you have here a D indicates a directory. For example, mkdir, you can see this here. Here you find a directory. And here you can see this here, read, write, executable, read, okay, and the executable, write is not there, and read and executable is there. Okay, how do you change this permissions? Okay, I want to give a, okay, each and every file should be executable here. Okay, I want to give this the others, that means in the group members also I want to give a, okay, read and write and executable others. This is, we say that, okay, UGO, user, group, and others. The first one here, it talks about here, okay, this 3 is going to be talk about user. Okay, this 3 talk about a group. This 3 talk about others. UGO. Okay, that how we are going to change, we'll see one after another. Okay, what is the command that you use here? View file and directory permission, change ownership, change permission, modify default permissions. Okay, here when you talk about here, this here you can see this secure system is to limit access to authorized users and prevent unauthorized user from accessing files and directories. That is what we have to do it. Who are the people who can access my file? Okay, in my group, who are all there, they should be able to access my file. I can give that. Okay, what are the privileges? The read, write, and act. That means executable. Okay, the 3 privileges only we have. Okay, when we talk about this one, okay, we call it access control list. Okay, these permissions are called, that means protect a file directory access, Unix, Linux, assign standard set of access permission. Okay, these permissions are called access control list. We call it ACL. Most of the cases that you can find, even if you're going to work with other environments also, definitely will have a ACL, access control list, who can access it. Okay. To authenticate both privileged user account and unprivileged user account, the Unix and Linux OS verify the username and password exit and have been correctly entered. That is a authentication part. Now, when you are going to log into the Unix operating system or Linux operating system, you specify username and password. This username and password is correct. Pardon?
Your screen is stuck on code on terminal.
Oh, sorry, just a moment. No? Okay.
Now see, now okay. Okay, sir. It's visible.
Oh, right, right. Okay. Sorry for that. Okay, here normally you can see this here. Can you log into any operating system without having a user? No. Okay, even if you have a user also, you should know the username, you should have a password. If you give the right password or right username, then you will be able to access your operating system. That's we call it an authentication. Okay. Okay, we have something called, okay, you can control your files using access control list. Who can read, who can write, who can execute. It's something like this. Okay, that's anyone can write, anyone can read, anyone can execute something that you want to specify, you can specify. This we call it an access control list. Okay, all files and directories in Unix and Linux have a default set of standard access permissions. That's what here you can see this here. Okay, when I say here, okay, these are the standard. Okay, when you are going to create any file, that you can see this read, write, read and read, you can find out. Okay, R indicates read, readable, writable and executable. That's what we say that. Okay. Okay, that's here. When you talk about directory, you can see this here. For that, okay, the user, for that user who create that particular directory is having a read privileges, readable, writable, and executable. But group is having a read and executable. There is no write privileges. Others also same thing for the directory. Okay, when it comes to files, you can see this. Users, you have a read write. Okay, for group you have only read, and others also you have a read. With these privileges, how do we change? That's access control, how we can change. This access permission control who can access what files and provide a fundamental level of security to files and directories in a system. The standard set of access permissions are established by user umask settings. The umask command describes the more detail later in this session. Now we can say this here. There's a user or owner, group and other. Readable, writable, executable. That means if you find a hyphen, there is no, what do you say that, no permission. Okay. If it is a directory, you can see the D. Okay. What is the command that we can use? ls minus l or ls minus n. What is the difference that you find here? Almost both are giving the same result, right? Both are giving the same result. ls minus n gives the ID, user ID, okay, the group ID. You can find out here. It says 1000. That's instead of Oracle, you are finding 1000. Instead of O install, Oracle install. Okay, you can find 54321. This is what the ID. Okay, you can say this here ls minus I. Then you can see here. Okay, you are going to find here. Okay, ls minus li. You can use it. The INO numbers you can find out. This is INO number. This is a user ID, group ID. That means this ID is going to give that. That's what you have to understand here. INO number is the unique identification number for each and every file and directory. Here you can see this each and every file name is a ID is a different here. 1223935515 and 10911113114, something that you can see that. Okay. There are three permission groups: user, group, and other. That's what I told you, that UGO. Okay, the following table describes permissions used by assigned user or owner of the directory. Group permission used by the members of the group that allows the file or directory. Other permission by all users other than file owner and the member of the group and that own the file or directory. That means assume that we are all belongs to one group. If I create one file, okay, I can access myself, and you can also access. But there are some people, they are not belongs to our group, or other users in the Unix operating system or Linux operating system, they can access it based on your privileges or permissions. I mean to say that each permission group has a 3 permissions called a permission set. Each set consists of read, write, executable permissions, or WX. You can see that readable, writable, executable. Each file or directory has the 3 permission sets, the 3 types of permission groups. The first permission set represents the user owner permission. The second represents the group permission, and the last set represents the other permissions. Okay, here you can see this permission presence of any of these characters such as or indicates readable, and that indicate the particular person is granted. The dash symbol places the character in a permission set, indicate the particular permission has been denied. That's what we have to understand. Either Unix or Linux assign initial permission automatically based on the user mask. Okay, when new file or directory is created, that is a umask actually. You can see this here. Read, you display the file contents and copy with the file. Access for a directory, you can list the directory content, which is ls command, right? You can modify the file content, but only if you have a read permission. You just understand here. If you have only write, you will not be able to modify that. You should have a read and write, then only it is possible to modify the content of a file. When you talk about execute, you can execute a shell script if you also have a read execute privileges. Some cases only execute privilege also we can give it. That's a difference. Okay. Okay, in this one you can see this here. I told you that all files and directories have associated username and user identification number and a group name and a group identification number. That is what here you have to understand. Okay, that's what I told you. That means UID and group ID. Okay, ls-n command when you use it here. Okay. When you see this ls- command display the UID and GID listing the file information. The oracle that we see that here, okay, 1000 we are finding the group ID. You can see the 10. But in my local system, you see that you find something else, right? Okay, that's a different identification number that you find it. Okay, here you can see this here. Determining permissions, UID, username or owner permissions, group ID, that means user group permissions, use other permissions. Okay, if you want to keep no, you can say that. Okay, no. Which of the following directories have a read and execute permission set for the owner and group only?
Option A.
Option A. Owner and group. Right. Changing ownership. Okay, changing ownership. When you want to change the ownership of the files, either you should be owner or administrator can do that. That means a root user can change the permissions of any user file permissions. Okay. Okay, there's a 2 command that you can see that. There are 2 commands. Chown command can be used to change both username and group ownership. Okay, that you can see here. chgrp command changes only group ownership. Okay, change group, normally we call it as. The chown command, you can see this here. chown. Okay, you can specify here syntax for the chown command. Chown oracle, that means colon oracle. You can specify that dnate, that means here. You can change the ownership of for only for the file and directories you own it. However, the system administrator can change the ownership of any object. That's what I told you. For more information, chown command option, see the chown man pages. Missing operand. Okay, that means what you have to do here, you just say here, no, sorry, man. Okay, here you can say that's options, owner, group, file. Changes, C stand for changes, F stand for silence, suppress most error message. Okay, here you can say this here. Now you can use here. Missing operand after, so just a moment, we'll say that clearly, that command. We can say that here. Now you can see this here. Are you finding any difference here? Okay, if you want to change from O install to any other group, you can specify that. Okay, we don't know what are the other groups that we have here. Okay. Change group. Change group option, new group name and file name. Okay. We should find out the list of groups. Okay. Then you can use the change group ownership. You can give away file or directory ownership that you cannot get back. Is it true or false? Anywhere that you find here. Command change only group ownership. Here you can say this here. You can give away a file or directory ownership that you cannot get back. It's a false. Okay. Changing permissions. You can change the permissions on files and directory by using a ch mode. Change mode actually. Ch mode normally we call it as command. Enter the user or owner of the file directory, or the root user can, a chmod command can change the permissions. Chmod command can be used either symbolic or octal mode. Okay. The symbolic mode uses the combination of letters and symbols to add and remove a permission for each. Octal mode, also called as absolute mode, use octal number to represent each permissions. What exactly this one? Okay, here you can see this here. User group and others all permissions. That you can see the same change mode, symbolic mode file. or read, write, that means executable, you can specify that. What do you mean by octal mode? That means here you can see this here. Okay, here you can see this here, the symbolic one. That means this here mode consists of 3 parts: U, G, O, all. That means all users. The plus and minus and equal to RWX, you can specify that. Okay, user category, that means user, owner, group, and other all. The functions performed plus or minus and equal to add, remove, and set equal. Okay, this is where you can specify read, write, execute, plus special file permission and sticky bit. Okay, describe that next slide. Okay, you can see this here. Here you can see this here. There's a one particular thing that you can see, the sticky byte that you can see here. Restricted deletion flag, that is called sticky byte. You can see this here. You are finding something called S. Okay, is a permission that is the bit protect the files within the directory from being deleted by anyone except the user who owns the file or owner of the directory or the root user. That's where you can see this here. And you can also see here something called temporary files. Typically only the temp directories have the T in place of the X. Okay, which makes the word readable and writable. Okay, that's the two things that you can understand. Additional read, write, executable. Apart from that, okay, the password file actually it's a very protected one or a restricted one. Okay, that's what you say the sticky bit, and temporary you can see that. When you talk about octal mode, that means you can see this here. This you have a read, you have a number 4, write, you have a 2, and executable you have a 1. The total you can say 7 here. 7. Okay, this is where you can specify. If I say here, okay, user, I want to have read, and I don't want to have being a user, I don't want to have any executable privileges or write privileges, then I can specify that. Now we can see this here. Okay, that means octal 7, the permissions, that's you can see this read, write, executable. The binary format is going to be 111, and 4 plus 2 plus 1 is going to be 7. Read and writable, you can say this 4 plus 2, that's going to be 6. And read and executable, okay, 4 plus 0 plus 1, that's going to be 5. Only read that you can say this here 100. The permission that you can see the octal value and as well as a binary value and as well as the permission set that you can see here. When everything is going to be 0, when it's going to be 001, that means only executable. Okay, when you say this, okay, there's a 010 that is going to be write. When you say that's 011, that's going to be write and executable. Okay, now you can see this here. We are saying 640. What exactly the 640 is going to do? User is going to have a read and write, whereas group is going to have a read and others is going to have no privileges. Okay, here you can see this here. 6 indicates read, write, and group and others is going to have a read privileges. Okay, when you talk about here, this one 750, that means read, write for the user and read, write, and executable for user, and group is going to be read and executable, others no privileges. 751 you can see here. Okay, for the user read, write, executable, and whereas group you are going to have read and executable and others is going to be only executable. When you say 755, that means read, write, executable for the user. Group is going to have a read, execute, okay, and here you can see this here 777. Okay, like we can change this particular one. We'll try with this one. Okay, we take the first one, ch mode. I'm saying here is 777, the file name. Now you can see here ls minus l. The F you can see this here. Read, write, executable, read, write, executable. You can see this here. Okay, now I want to change again here. Ch mode. Okay, sorry. 6, 5, 1, I'm saying here. Oh, sorry, I didn't specify the file name F1. ls minus l. You can see this here. Okay. Now, if I want to specify here chmod, okay, I'll say here 666, the file name. You can see this here. Read write like this. Okay. Right. Is it clear? Okay, here you can see this here. Okay, there's a 555 is specified here, and chmod 44 is specified for user. There is no privileges, and okay, group and others is specified only read privileges. Okay, if you don't specify automatically. What is the correct octal value for the write and execute?
3.
Pardon?
3. Option A.
3. Option A, right. What is the correct permission set for the read write executable, read executable, read executable octal mode?
Option C.
Option
C.
C. Right. Option C. Modifying default permissions. The umask you can specify. The bash shell built-in command you can use the umask. Okay. When files and directories are created, initial permission values are automatically assigned. The initial maximum permission value for file is 666 and 777 for directories. The umask, that means user mask effect, to modify the default permissions assigned to the file or directory. You can set the umask by using the umask command in a user initialization file, and umask value run the umask command. Okay, here you can see this here. You have here the 0 indicates, that means octal value, that means file permissions is going to be read write, the directory permission is going to be read write executable. 1 indicates read write, that means file permissions read write. 2 indicates the file permission is going to be read, and whereas directory permission is going to be read executable. Okay, when it comes to here 3, that means you can see this here, file permission is going to be R, and here directory permission is going to be R. And here you can see this 4, that means here the file permission is read. Okay, see the note pages. Okay, and here you can see this WX. The 5 indicates here, okay, write, and here also write. When it comes to 6 indicates only for the directory executable. When it comes to 7, none. Okay, this way it is going to be. Now you can see this here. You're applying the umask value. That means when you set in permission from the initial value. Okay, here you can see this read write, initial value specified the system for a new value. The only, that means umask utilities, that means remote 0022. You get the default permission newly created files. Okay, that means here you can see this here. Initial value specify the system for a new directory. Default umask utilities for the remote. You can see this here. Okay, you here when you talk about here umask 027. Okay, that means what will happen here. First of all, you just check this umask value. Okay, you can see this here 0022. What indicates a 0022 here? Okay, that means read write for the file permissions. Okay, the directory permission read write executable. Correct? 2 indicates here you can say this file is going to be read, whereas directory is going to be read and executable. When you look at this here, ls minus l, then you can check this here, the default permissions. Is it the right one? Read and executable, read and executable. Check this. read and executable for the directory. Whereas a file, you have a read only. You can check this here. Correct? Now we have changed this particular one, of course. Now, if you want to change this umask value for this particular user, then what do you have to do? Okay, here's something called 027. Okay, when you say this here 027, what will happen? You can check this here. Now you just say here ls minus l. Are you finding any difference here? Now you just create here touch F2. As F2. You can see here 027. A read write and a read only you can find out. Here you can check the table again. Okay, 027. That means here you can see this here. When it comes to file, okay, that means read write. Okay, 2 indicates a read. When it comes to 7, no privileges. That means others. You can check here. We have used here umask 027. Again, you want to go back to here. Umask. Now again, you just create here touch F3 ls minus l. You can see this here. Now you find here a read executable, a read and read. Again, you can say here umask. You can see this here 0022. You can find out. This is where you can specify your the default permissions. Also, you can change using umask. Okay, you can try this and go with the multiple options and check with this. Okay. Right here, I'm going to share one link. Okay, that's going to be feedback. We have one more chapter that we will discuss once you are done with this particular chapter. Guna, are you there?
Oh, yeah, sir.
Okay, okay. You write any shell script?
No, sir, I'm just trying.
No. I mean, what I mean to ask you is, you're already started working with the NST,
Yeah,
right?
but here we are not writing any shell scripts, sir.
Right.
I mean,
Maximum you are using some of the commands.
Yes, I maximum use only commands.
Right.
Mostly alias commands.
Right. Anyone call me?
No, sir.
All right. Please let me know once you're done with the practice, or if you have any queries. Can we go for the next topic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I shared the link, actually, feedback link. Did you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. 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 Performing basic process control. And one more thing, Guna identified your name is there for SQL and PLSQL also.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Describe a process and its attributes. Normally, whenever we are trying to execute any task, whenever you are going to perform any task, okay, that is going to be the program or shell script or something that is going to be create a process. That means Unix or Linux system is going to create a process. Okay, that is going to be that we are going to discuss here. Okay, the process also known as the task. Okay, that means you are executing some command, that's a task, right? Is running from a program or shell script, either of that. Okay, that means either program or shell script. A program and scripts are stored on disk and process run in a memory. Okay, that means it's going to occupy some memory, and that to complete that particular task or execution of the script or program, okay, it requires some the disk space. Okay, that means the process going to take some memory from there. The process have a parent and child relationship. You can have a parent process, in that you can have a child process, something like this. Running process can span one or more child process or fork multiple independent process. Multiple process can run in parallel. Okay, that means I want to execute a set of I want to execute, I want to run some set of tasks. Okay, that's more than one task that you can run it. Okay, you can work, you can also at the same time you can also work with other commands, and you can keep those tasks in the background. Okay, that means it will be keep on running that particular task. Okay, that's we call it a process here. Attributes of a process you can see here. The kernel assigns a unique identification number to each process. That's called a process ID or PID. Normally, you can see this here. Using PS command, you will be able to identify that. The kernel uses the PID to track, control, and manage processes. Every child parent, that means a process ID, has an owning a parent process ID. That's a PPID. parent process ID. Each process is further associated with the UID and GID. That means user ID and as well as group ID. Indicate the process owners. Generally, UID and group ID associated with the process are the same UID and the GID who started the process. Okay, here you can see this here process. The S state and state output specify the discrete process. The process may be in a very, that means any of the following states. D, uninterrupted sleep, or running or runnable. S, interruptible sleep, waiting for the event to complete. T, stopped either by the job control signal or because it is being traced. Z, that means zombie process terminated, not by its parent. For more information about PS command process, state option, see the PS man pages. Okay, you can see this here. Just I use here PS. Okay, that means the PID, you can see this here. Okay, and here we have used the PS command and the bash. Okay, that always the bash is going to run, and the command that we have used here, that you can see this here. In which terminal that you are executing, that means the PTS/1 that you can see here. Okay, that's what the process ID. Each time you boot a system, execute a command or start an application, the system activates one or more processes. Even now we are executed PS command. For that also the process has been created. That you can check that. A process as it run use the resources of the various subsystems. Disk IO, network, memory, CPU. Because you're using your local system, okay, probably there it is not going to use the network part, but when you're going to use your the keyboard and it displaying on a screen, that is called input and output. That means here the memory, definitely the CPU also is going to be used. Okay. The disk IO, that's a subsystem, that's a one process, and a network subsystem is another process, and memory subsystem is going to be one more process, and CPU is going to be central processor unit is going to be one more subsystem. Managing processes. The PS options, you can specify that. Okay, the command, the list process, the associated, the shell, cumulative execution time, and the command name, and everything that you can say this here. Okay, actually, just a moment. What I'll do here is just a moment. The command displays the PID, that's a process ID, the terminal identity TTY, the cumulative execution time, and the command name that you can see here. Either sometime back we have used this PS command. Now you can check here. Okay, that means how much time it is taken for the bash to execute that PS command and PS part also you can check. Once again, use the same thing, you can check here. Okay, that means PID, TTY terminal, and time, and CMD, the command that we have used here. All right. Okay. And here you can see this here, PS minus EF. It's going to full format of all processes currently scheduled to run on the system that you can see here. You can also specify the pipe symbol and less you can specify. If you don't specify that, you can see this whole thing. Sorry. What happened? Just a moment. I'm not able to find my Just a moment, my remote system got disconnected. You can see this here. There are so many background processes are running. You can check that. That's what we use here. In this case, the PS minus EF, we say this here, less. You can see this here. Yesterday we have started working, right? That means all the, okay, there's a like no, the process ID and everything that you can identify here. Okay. Here you can see this here. UID, the username of the owner of the process. PID, the unique process identification number of the process. The PPID, that is the parent process identification number of processes, number of the processes. C indicate the process utilization. S time, the time of the process started. The terminal TTY, that's a controlling terminal for the process. The time, the cumulative execution time for the process. The CMD, the command that we have used here. Again, once again, you can check here. Okay, in our, I mean to say that, okay. You can see this here. You can see this here. PID, that means a parent, that means a process ID. Okay, that means here you have the parent process ID is a 2. Okay, that is being used by here. You can see this here. Okay, these are all like no. Okay, the parent process is this one. Anytime if you want to kill this process, so that means automatically the other things also going to be get killed. But don't kill anything in the root directory, please. And the root related to root. Okay, that's one important thing that you're trying to understand. And here also you can see this one you are finding here somewhere. Okay, and you are finding 18900 something that you can see this here. Okay, the one way do you have this one, you can see this here. The user lib system. Okay, D system D switch root system. It is that means deserialized, that you can see this here. This is what is getting used here somewhere here where you find a parent process ID. You can see this here. Okay. PS3 you can use here. This here command list the running processor rooted either the system or okay, a PID. You can say this here. Okay. PS minus F you can use it. Okay, in this one you can see here. Okay. Which of the following is not a process attribute? UID, GID, PS, and PID. Pardon?
Yes.
PS, right. The terminating a process. There may be times when you need to terminate any unwanted process. A process might have entered an endless loop, or it may be hang. Okay. In such scenarios, what you have to do is you have to kill that particular process. You can say this kill, there's a PID you can specify, or kill minus, that means a P kill minus L, that means you can specify the process name or regular expression pattern. The kill and pkill command send a signal process directing them to terminate. Okay. But each signal has a number, value, name, and associated event. The more information you can find out. Kill, there's a signal that you can specify here. Kill commands in the terminal. Okay, there's more. Okay, the kill you can see here. Okay. Common signals that you can, their users, you can see that here. Okay, hang up, that's a signal is sent to all the subordinate, that means subordinate child process when the parent process is terminated. To terminate command line command, usually use a control C keyboard command which sends the interrupt. Okay, that's it's going to be. In place of the exit command, use a terminal session. You can use a control D keyboard, that means command which sends a quit. This to stop the command line command execution, you can use a control Z keyboard command. You get the send signal 19. Also, you can specify that. Suspend the foreground execution. Okay, here you can see this here. Okay, there's a here you can see this here. The send mail, we are using PS minus E grep mail. Okay, you can see this here. Okay, you can say this here. Whatever the ID that you have here, okay, you can 1207, and that means 12047. It is going to be get killed. When you say this here, you can see there's only one thing. Okay, here you can see this sleep 500. That means you when you put here, okay, ampersand symbol, okay, it is going to be in a background. It's going to be in a background. You can see this information using a pgrep. Okay, there's a process name to identify the process name, the pattern that means to be killed, and they use the pkill command to kill it. Okay, that you can see here. You can try this command sleep 500 ampersand the pgrep sleep. You can see this here. Pgrep minus L, that you can see this that here. Pkill, that means you can terminate it, that you can see this here. You can try this. Okay, there's a pkill dt mail, that means here you can try this particular one. Okay, pkill actually they terminate the dt mail process, but okay, try to use a kill. Okay, the process kill sometimes use a wrong ID, then it will be a problem. Make sure that you just create some background processes, then you can try that actually. Okay, you kill, that means minus okay, 9. Okay, PID. That's like no, what do you say that here? The about, that means you immediately want to stop any kind of okay process, that you can use a kill minus 9. Okay, okay, you can see this process does not respond to the terminal signal. You can force it to terminate by the sending the kill signal using signal 9 with either kill or pkill command. Okay, this is going to stop it. Okay, the ordinary user can only kill the processes they want it. Right. Okay, this is what we have. Okay, you can try to practice and let me know if you have any queries. You want me to share some activity for this? I'm not getting any response. You want me to give any activity? Today night you want to practice something? Hmm? I'm not getting any response. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You want any additional activity for practicing? Say something, yes, no. Okay. Anyhow, tomorrow onwards, we are going for SQL training. I'm not getting any response. You don't want? You want or something, you can say that.
Yeah, you can give.
Right. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll share it. Anyone can share your email ID? Can you take a responsibility to share this particular document with everyone? Okay, you can share your email ID. I got Gerard one. Okay. Please share with everyone. Okay. I got 7 email IDs. I'm sharing with the 7 email IDs. You can share with other people's also. Okay. You can find out. Done. You're completed. You can try to work with this activity. Okay, and anyhow, today that means the systems will be there. Okay, you can access the systems throughout the day. Okay. Okay, Prakash Kumar. Just now I shared with other people, and okay. I'm sharing with another 5 people, I think so. Okay. Okay. We'll see tomorrow morning. The people who are going to join for SQL. Okay. We will join at 9:30. Yeah, already I shared with the other people, Selva. Okay, you just find out with them. Okay, anyone can share with the Selva, right? You can disconnect from Zoom, and tomorrow we'll start with the SQL session. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. You're welcome. Yeah.
My name is there in SQL section or only in Linux?
Deepa, are you there?
Majid.
Yes, Rao.
Yeah, so Majid Khan is there for SQL.
Yeah, 1 minute. I'll check. 1 minute. What is his name?
Majid Khan.
No, no, Rao. His name is not there.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Go.
Right.
Thank
Right. You're welcome.
He's joining or not?
I don't know. You want to join?
No. I am only for Linux. I just want to confirm my name is there or not.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
no. Your name is not there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Rao. Okay, thank you.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Oh, bye. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, you can disconnect the other people. Ashraf, Akash, and Guna.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, you can disconnect Guna
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Zoom.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Sure.
All
Sure,
right.
sir.
Right. Akash, Ashraf, sorry. Are you there?